And we are live. I know Saturday is Minecraft Day, but it's been too long since the last of the Devil stream, and I just care more about this than Minecraft. That's just how it works. I don't make the rules. Anyway, welcome back to Off the Devil. Last time we finished the prologue, episode 0. We successfully prevented an innocent man being made a patsy for a crime that he didn't commit. We successfully proved that he isn't the Heartbreak Killer, because we are the Heartbreak Killer. Morgan is the Heartbreak Killer, though she would not like me calling her by that name, but that's what she is. And now I guess we're just going to keep solving more murders. Perhaps this time murders that we weren't personally involved with. So, without further ado, let's continue. Let's see whether I can come up with distinct voices for the characters I saw in the preview last time. Yeah, that should be it. Is it? When was the last autosave? That should be it, right? The end of the chapter? Okay. Yeah, I know, we looked at this last time. But no time for bonus stuff. No time for phone charms. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to one No, not going to happen. You're limited to one save slot, and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Well, I'm less worried about that, but you know, just... Yeah, no. This is a let's play. If something goes wrong, I need to be able to go back to the latest save and redo a segment. Yeah. I would like the exclusive phone charm, but not if it interferes with the let's play too much. This episode contains testimony segments. Objectionable words or clauses will become red when you prepare to call on them, okay? This additional hinting can be disabled in the settings menu. You can also, okay. Yeah, I'm not planning on save scamming, don't you worry about that. Also, as you saw last time, I'm kinda dumb. I have a terrible memory. I'm probably going to need a few attempts. At least on individual questions. I'm not a true gambler. We're going to play on standard mode. No, please keep tutorializing me. Listen, I wanted to... Good start. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Wanted to thank you for coming over? Figured you'd notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. Something's bothering me. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts. And yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes? Probably cursed them out. I could see that. Is there anything you wanted to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? No favor is lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? 2 friends. I'll raise a glass to that. Glass 'em! Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 AM local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area... Fuck off, copper! Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. He's lighting up every front of the block. We need to go down now. Oh, what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Oh, he'll have us pinned down to our dental records before you can say we're far. Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. L30. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you, to Morgan citizen. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it. Must be the new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cowboy here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty, scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Should I really be giving... I mean, there are going to be multiple robots in this story. Maybe I should do the Metatron voice and just voice them like normal people. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this holiday? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So, does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, ma'am. Except apparently in shooting order. Reference to last stream. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street. And fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hand in front of his... 1, 2, 3, in front of his mouth. Front of his mouth. God. We really need to do the streams more often. I need to practice. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. You can work the pilot without swimming up on the roof, so... I don't know, take a load off, will you? Understood. Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. Do I declare martial law when I wasn't looking? The small woman beside him, trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their jobs, so... Wards don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Not going to make the obvious reference. Notice how they don't patrol nearly as heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days. Oh, I guess that's nice. Maybe I'm just going to read this in Morgan's voice, since I don't have any visuals for the characters. His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pool as him, shuffles, cuffs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now? But I cringe? He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh no, that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating around her chrome-plated palm, while a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk around the block, get us some air, would you? Apparently, this call can't wait and is loaded in a garbage disposal out there. Out here. Of course, ma'am, I'd be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and purr, which, judged by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers if you prefer, can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that think they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else... You're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalks give me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan, citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Oh, I can actually see the sky. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would be all a bit much. But I went out last night. I went out last night, so I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L30 my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service. And of course, he clicks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. Took you long enough. Episode 1, An Idle Mind. Not that I want you to have a gun. I do not approve of your hobby. I just want to set it for the record. Ooh, the SUP-20. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Okay. The holograms do get a Metatron voice. Sup? Desk personality setting 6. The cool one. The funny one, the... Anyway. Apparently the final episode of the Amazing Digital Circus got leaked, so now I had to mute all the keywords and tags prematurely. Even though I do have a ticket for the premiere. Kinda figured I'd be able to avoid that, but it's the internet. Anyway, let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, that kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see, you're a lawyer. Get the hell out of here. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available. My bad, PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for concealed, it'd have to at least be small enough to. This would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. I'm going to be annoying to you, Morgan. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model is gun nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulders sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal knock kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're pretty quiet. But they also have piss poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any modder with the insulation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We are proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force, which one was the Lorentz force again? God, it's been so long since high school physics. I stopped taking physics and went to biology again, because I didn't like the teacher. Only for then the teachers to change and biology ending up with the worst choice. Wait, did I do biology? I know I did Spanish instead of chemistry. Like, I did have biology longer than that, didn't I? Why am I talking about this? Slings a slug fast enough to miss the limb at over 30 meters. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. My bad. 2-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can do the toolset, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon my criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. I'll get 20. How do I get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the contact. I've got time to kill. So is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Yeah, let's see. Document. Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital Keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. In a blitz of cross-posts on 90 different Jesus Christ. This really is a dystopia. In a blitz of cross-posts on 90 different socials, translated into all 11 dominant languages, the supposed hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom set files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Though the posts were quickly flagged in quarantine thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. You can just do that, like de-escalate a resource conflict. Push the de-escalation button. Sources at Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. Well, maybe make that early 21st century. Actually, we're in 26. How much longer until we're in the mid of the century? I guess if it's by thirds, then another 7 years. A spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Oh, the horror. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Wanna take you out that real quick? No. Lobo again. Oh, someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, as long as they're a genuine threat. And no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for, well, ransom money, but also de-escalation. It's not the first time Lobo's voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. What was... Ah, it was the screen. There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro-apartment flippers. But this is a gun store, after all. Power is always political. Oh, I wonder to watch. Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why the 12/6 work week gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Oof. Transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... yeesh. What a kill to clean up a little. Guess the desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory, really? There are a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here. Our stagnant world. Modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in his groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. Well, problem with Moore's Law is also that it was never like a law of nature is. It was just a pattern someone observed that had no guarantee of holding up for any amount of time. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spent all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spent their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they helped create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. They better burn its shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun probably back. I'm sorry, we received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation and... yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and fab designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed. That's where I know the name David Asher from. What? Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system along with the Animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic or... No, they wouldn't risk. Fake news, but why? Perhaps best known for its breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language. Misinformation maybe, trying to... authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead. Including the popular desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. 9:41 AM, July 1st, 2086. 186 remaining until the end of the world. The gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy. Greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them, their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them. Either closer or further to the end. You may now kiss the gun. Or do even more. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Oh, Morgan's apartment. Well, let's see how you live. Not bad. Big windows. Oh, it's vibrating because a train is going by. That's neat. Oh, I guess it should... No, it's... Yeah. Nice detail. Didn't realize there was so much on my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What? am I doing fumbling in my pocket for? My lighter. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Ah, here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but I don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use of it, out of it anyway. Your friend, David. The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble. Auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes. Reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. Their raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing a phone call? Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood. Morgan, hey, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her. Hi, Jess. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Oh, of course you have, duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I just, with the company and the people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that, it would be up to David's assistant, but 1,000 other Noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but... That's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear it from a stream, Kyron. What difference does it... 1 to 3. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm going to get. Maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? Sorry. The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved. They say it was some kind of a poison though. Good. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this stage. I would think that keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess. Whatever you need. Whatever you need? A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not telling us well already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before. No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Before he... No, please don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but... if it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often, or more quickly than strictly necessary. And that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Think about my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot. What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? What? Crime scene's got a dress code now? 10, 11 a.m. The autocap hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges onto a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopies always felt very arts and crafts to me. Cobbled together, always added on to, never finished, never planned. Oh, that's how I program. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly. And it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her text now, she'll just send more later. Witch. Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Ash on the news. A rip. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Worth a shot. We all have our strengths. God damn, you one passive-aggressive little girl. Why is all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. Is it filial? I'm going to say it's pronounced filial. Wait, and it's not piety, it's piety, isn't it? Okay, now I'm gonna look it up because there are two words. Don't wanna embarrass myself, even more than I do usually. Okay, it's filial. It is piety, I was right. Filial piety doesn't work on you. Don't stop. Yeah, you love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, when's it rain? See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not from me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift the convo. Salat a car crash. Subtly doesn't work on you either. Might it might. If you were good at XD. Lol, Lemao even. This is me asking you for advice. Okay. I guess it's never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Max that owned the likeness. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Mags don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, Mags are a lot more lively when it comes to gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got deep into corporate intrigue. Why? Because I got caught out of annualized 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. Lot of stress to bed. Glad to know I can always reach out for you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Having glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting with death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is, get whatever you're owed. Then get out of there fastest, boy. That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body is sent out to sea or about. Then they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking the arrows. Thanks. But what the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. I should have worked smarter, lol. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Christmas party. Well, that's not really the job, is it? What is it? What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work practice. I only had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. We've got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown. Or better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Let me just take in the scenery here. Ooh, monorail. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked up on penthouses and a frantic climb to the top of the red pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, it's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swamped with cops, themselves surrounded by media, and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these fast few minutes of calm, but if the storm's coming their way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you got a second, I was curious about... Okay, so that's a bonus topic we unlocked because we read the headline. If I remember correctly, the tutorial said if you select an option that will progress the story, all the other options will shrink away. And none of these do that. So it should be okay to just go through these one by one without missing anything. I am going to save though. Which one is saving? Save game. just in case. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh. Well, I started with the company, 4 years ago? They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the warrants. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, warrants? Oh, that's just what we called the company dorms back then, on account of all the... well, the people. Plus it was underground. I didn't see the sun that first month, my skin was so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Escher walked right up at my desk like I'd won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Escher. Directly. On a random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday. Thursday afternoon. The day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, I didn't... we still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right, thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. Alright. About his death. I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody. Oh god, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean with the cops taking on the media, taking on the lawyers. Each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's very... it's a very high productivity atmosphere, is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night. They said they needed my help sorting through all his... well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they've kept it under wraps that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in his circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours? That seems like more than just the typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So you found out last night? Right, last night. Oh god! Sorry, I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP and that's where he passed, so... But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seem pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. So what time would that have been? I guess I got there around 9 PM. Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Said my last blah at 9:30, see? Gonna expire whoever put me in the heels this morning, it me. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock. Or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So if I got it at 9 PM, I guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30 PM? I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. whatever the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see. He died after I reached the hospital. That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that, if you reach a hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. And Noble Electronics' lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason? Or... hard to think about, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. The request. Just have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that it couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. We headed to the bank then? No, see, he has his private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall. And all he could tell you was that he wanted me to have what's inside. Right, he was very clear about that. He was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. This is all pretty analog for someone so technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. If he wanted his handle a certain way, it must be for good reason. And lastly, I saw that headline, by the way. The one where your warm android saves a dead soldier's life? Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know, maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just riding sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day its story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about them moving their staff around or anything like that. Maybe it's out of above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. So... David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night. Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when we met he had already decided? It's not helpful to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Huh? Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. Everybody knows. 10:34 a.m. Platea. Well then, we've been going for an hour. I'm going to take a short break here, and I'll see you in a few minutes. I'll be right back. And we're back. Sorry it took a bit longer. I had a little snack, and I was also kind of captivated watching a pair of magpies outside my window. Anyway, let's keep going. And I thought there were a lot of people. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's a downright area in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires that drew a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about at the edges of the police line, the heat of their panic anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all those people? Well, there's always been people with strong feelings about their products. Android stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep. David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble. Wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning and make sure to request a spot on the line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part, I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance you can just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have to go ahead for both at this point. We will need to go near the... Sorry. We will need to go near the actual... is it still called a crime scene if it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right now this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse basement, but he can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We have to ride straight up the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door, and then head down. If Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him. Oh, ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we are at a capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we wouldn't be able to maintain... you're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not so bitter about our last encounter, I hope. Oh, Olive. I don't see the spunky one around. She taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Oh, he missed that bad. I've had blind pimples that were endearing. You two know each other? Yes, Jess Starling, meet homicide detective Kazim London. It's a pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise. As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with her line of work. Morgue's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh, wow, me? sweetheart. Something wrong, Starling? No, nothing wrong. But close as we are, I still can't let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules? So there is a game afoot. What makes you assume here in a professional capacity? You are a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just do lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. God, guy gets a bit of grayness there and think it's a free pass like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of... You two knew each other. No, I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You're sure ready first. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us... That's alright, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork hold set for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, Detective. Alright. Why not? How generous? Oh, I can afford to be generous today. Of course, if I screw up. He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Turn your folks at hand, ready to pick up the slack. Well, with that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions. Oh, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer. It's not entirely up to me. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here anyway? Oh, since this morning. But civilized folks don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if you got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that Simmons homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I can sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose though. I already regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? Oh, man is dead and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals or disinformation. As far as we know. So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading a name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. So how's the investigation going, buddy? I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you ask for details... No, thank you. For not letting me make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective. Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgue more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? Good. Looks like it's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash... yeah, you well... Sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. You boys and Noble are getting along with each other? Sharing your toys? Some of the younger ones are bristling, but I always play well with others, Counselor. And how well do the Mags play with you? They give you full access to building security? They've given us access, and they say it's for some big penumbra system. Top of the line coverage, top to bottom of the building. The size of the data seems torrential. It'll be a while before I can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that was intentional. Bury some data and hope we're too swamped to find out whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they give you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you the full spectrum. You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to a building's net, but that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. Well, you know, I heard the rumors. Never put much stock in them, but it's true. Azure really never owned a single android? Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was a genius for programming them all. Every time they open their mouths, I'd just be... His own lip service reflected 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask key curve. So that means all you have to investigate with are the penthouse and security cameras. But that would be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. David was one of the biggest names in the tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. Sure. So do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Remind me, which one of us is detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, androids especially. We at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of heated debate, but no need to quote the hamburger as Miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost their job to an ad at least once in their career? I realized one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch it. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalizing them is less than pointless, because unlike us, they're all insured. And besides, annual production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. Bro, nice to have at least one TV back in this country. That's right. Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is probably done right here at home. I somewhat doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. Alright, now listen. I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet, and ideally fast. Well, our business is just in the basement, David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor, the roof. So its basement would be second to last floor, if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go into the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. The kitchen, the parlor. Oh, I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort like a royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Yes, he's a... Lead the way, detective. True to his word, London ushered us past the shattering suits and humming drones, through the extract points and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at this growing throng of people gathered outside. And its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now. Or worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by the nose, then by the nose their whole walk. Let's try it again. Idiots led around by the nose their whole life, following the mask of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trial having let them hear for half reasons they couldn't put into words, even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The misunderstood genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. I've made an internet-friendly numbered list. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. They could have easily printed achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee or fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. A man buried in his work, with his eyes fixed ahead. "10:32 a.m. Sorry, I said I wouldn't eat doom streams anymore. This is what, his laboratory? His shop, he called it. Oh, how down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. By a programmer need to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never. But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this. He must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for your help, Detective London. Oh, don't mention it. What do you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not looking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Alright. At least she's already wearing gloves. If you find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the corpse is searching them. Oh. Look. If David had something to give to me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understand? Of course. Wait, after you. Right. Quiet as a church mouse. God damn it. I corrected it in my head. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but... I caught myself. I'm okay. But now doesn't seem like a time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming on here, I barely recognize the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise. Always claimed he didn't have a time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill and the subscription for the personal coaching program with his scheduling subroutine, said he couldn't find the time. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he's still... Morgan, what's up? You're smiling, what's so funny? Nothing, just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple of contractors a while back. Well, thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But a guy told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... Is that the vault over there then? Yeah. Yes, that's out, I guess. Nervous? What's that? A little, I guess. But the inhaler helps mostly, so... Aren't you going to open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh. Oh no, how could I? He didn't tell you or give you a code? Or... He gave you the code to get into the building. In the parking garage. But not the code for whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in the shop. Could you have left your note in one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right here, Morgue. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Sounds good. Alright then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Cathos basic sturdy core anti-hack, anti-digital high-rated code panel. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the passwords limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Come on. Maybe I get lucky. Slim chances, but what the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot? I mean, it wouldn't be my birthday. He was a programmer. So maybe he did use our birthday. Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. I don't really want to dwell on why I thought that would work. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Quarter security systems, according to the label. Maybe it controls the whole room. Oh, damn, it's password protected too. And the code's 64 digits long. What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egghead? Okay, yeah. A programmer probably would care more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. Guess it's a 6-digit vault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. And don't call me Shirley. And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only till I've got here as my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in his safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games, and he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round. Let's work out. Taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him by the nutritionist along with his stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he was putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on the weights could be a clue. But there's too many and I can't guess the order. What the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? Admire? It's a very big painting. And it's impressionist? No, a cubicle. Author's note, cubist, which is still incorrect. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. Author's note, it is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. If there was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing work was considered gauche amongst the cubicalists. David's wine collection, still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles, he didn't even particularly like the stuff. Maybe just to fill out all the shelves. But not all the bottles here are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was Medicom 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code. This must be a spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here. And a lot of bottom shelves as well. A kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. Can't look at the car. Crack in the floor. This flong is a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you'd drag your feet on at the gym or on a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's the thing. That's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation. Left a defect in. That. Oh, David left the jackhammer on overnight. Alright. I search the whole room now. Time to make a break. I don't know. What was 12 times 1996? What was that again? Ah, fuck, it's only 5 digits. Well, never mind then. Well, it's probably... Can I? Hello? Okay. Can't use a numpad. No dice. I feel like there was at least one hint that I came across. But I'll try again. Okay, let's actually... Okay. Nope. Could you please let me look at my... Those bullets? Thank you. Not evidence. Wait. Okay, only got the terms. Okay, then. I would like to get out of the screen so I can really, take a look. A hint. It's a painting that he liked, which didn't have any numbers on it. My first thought when I saw the wine shelf was that the basement of the bottles encodes a number, but of course I don't know what that number is unless I look at it again. So can I really not? Let's... Ah. Right, there's a number. Predator is an oil-on-canvas painting by the mid-21st century neo-abstract expressionist Mads Haystack. Arguably his most well-known work, it was displayed in the Krilleheim Centre d'Art Moderne for 9 months. Well, Krilleheim, French. Krilleheim Centre d'Art Moderne. For 9 months before Haystack entered the premises on 11/25/58 and used a hunting knife to cut a single and massive canvas into 3 separate pieces. When asked for comment, Haystack replied, "My works are not complete until they have been signed." Okay, let's try 112558. Oh, please. Okay. (11/25/58). The date the painting was signed. A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey Morgan, what? How did you get it to open? What is that? I turned back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing a girl whom we saw in the preview. With a barcode emblazoned across the temple, required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such. And yet, what was it about not eating? And yet, even standing this close, I could swear it's snoring. I stepped forward and placed the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17 or 18? Sorry, should I be eating in here? This is kind of like a crime scene, right? A biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from Lex Gemini cultures, but sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable, since you seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Warm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have. Sorry, it's just that this particular model is very, it's very cutting edge, leading edge, judging by the flush in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh, do you not approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we turn it around? I poked the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity is remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake. But it doesn't budge. This thing has way more than... right. Androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Oh, crap. First of all, now this. I was able to get the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch would be child's play. And I think I know where to start. Jess, I'm going to step back into the lab for a moment, right? Yeah. Oh, sure. There's gotta be a manual around here. A good idea. It might be some kind of prototype, but it's got a barcode. Maybe you can scan a GIN number and find something in the company files? Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired in the system files on maintenance, tracking, power requirements. I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking a cat nap in a sarcophagus in David Asher's basement will have a user manual. But it can't hurt her to try and... I'm okay, broken heel, but I'm okay. I can't glue. And I'd rather search the lab for myself. Now then, if I were David, and I wanted to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? Tiny break, I'll be right back. Let's go. These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything. Typical for a genius. But a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass, microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. User name. The vocal commands. David Asher. Morgan. Guest. Thank you for logging in as a guest. Didn't recognize my voice. So I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. Do you have a question? Morning one. Well, now though, what should I search for on this computer? Let's search. Information about us. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on the local drive. I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data. But I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format. Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height and weight. Alright, but a little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints. Now why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? I wanted to... Oh. Was that the correct option? Damn it, I didn't pay attention. Well... Guess you'll have to watch another Let's Play to find out what that said. I recommend Ask the Cats. Again, don't know whether they get all the dialogue, but check them out. Haven't seen one since college, but this must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. It's expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. It's the most developed part of the human body, good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit imitations. But androids are expected to look like people, and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. That tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second and you've got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine anyway. Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture what it'll take to turn on this android. Excuse me. I've got the what. For the where and how, I just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Morgan, there you are. I've looked in every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in the system. It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android without the proper identification is... It's only buying or selling an android without proper identification that's illegal. And it doesn't seem like you ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have it registered soon enough anyway. I think I figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By acquiring both, you could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up his android without my approval. You've done a swap before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics, cross-referenced with... so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. No. Where to find the log? Let's see. I figured the hand would be the obvious choice. I'm going to try the nose first. The nose? Like it's not impossible. Mom? Are you really going to stick your thumb up its nose? No, I'm not. If it takes something that silly to boot it up, I don't even want it anymore. Alright, well, let's try sticking your finger in her lips then. In her mouth. The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it is gross placing my finger there. Oh, that's... They're not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Come on, man. Good morning to you too. Cute. Hello, I've never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She's Jessica Starling and you are Morgan, last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last. Father told me about you. Oh, he did? Wait. Father? David? You had to call you Daddy. I am referred to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving it to me? Transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. And what else did? Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Escher tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to the Morgue? A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Yes, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay, sure. I'll give you two... Oh, well, I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually got about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes, thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. We can make it if you try. So, what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So, what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? A model this lifelike, with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just, what are you anyway? You forgot my name already? It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at the State-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Escher design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No, should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I mean, do you know why you were created? Why you were born?
Why? Why me? Why would you? Why are you doing this?
You're a freak! A monster! What else wrong with you? Please don't kill me! Please, why? Why? Why was a monster like you born? Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Morgan, what was that? I know you not want to keep secrets. You can tell me. What was that all about? Father's framework for programming linguistics and artificial systems. And the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, international jealous. Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created? Why you exist? Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you are a lawyer. Yeah, that's me, baby. You are a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. World-class, high-power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? Oh, that's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then, do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does it anymore. Then, what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. Look at that gleam in your eye. Do you also... Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. Oh, 4-2 on answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any IDs of any designer? You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole apartment's worth. If I ask around, there's gotta be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen. You mean you've got a heart? Oh, great. But where does all that extra weight come from? I tried moving earlier and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took the weight out of ourselves. My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic exchange potential right past. Wait, did you say military-grade? I have a grip strength of above 1000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately... I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, controlled, spring tight. Strength and flexibility, like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank. Lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on the scale, it'll make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon if you could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you deep in thought? But a military kind of infiltration would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about if you like my built-in hairdryer. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful. And it would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settles it. This thing's a weapon, sure though. Would you like to know about my hair? Yeah. I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charge worthy throughout the daytime. That must come in handy. I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality. And I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I am not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design. Refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea, not sure what to do with it, stick it in a pincushion. It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spiced with alternative technologies and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee over years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems you got off track here, there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relate to me? Besides that you were to look after me. He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? Huh? That what you called me, what was that? Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. Very good, Adonai. Why did David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Amusing. More likely it's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps he should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night then? Correct. Right. David Ashura is dead. He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral is probably not for a few days. Father was not... He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with two robots in one day. It's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them or not. The police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had... He told me. Look, Sarah. I'm... sorry. You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot. So do not try to lecture me about grief, Spearman. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable, and a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into the investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle, But what I really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go, we need to. Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that bird. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmanch. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it is between you and I. And I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can send me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Oh, why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David will roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse. Or rotate. No, that's what I'm sure. Fine. I'll take the deal, sir. You mean you will prove that Father did not? I mean, I look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do we start? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview. And I am far from useless. I can. I did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective. And David was my friend, not my client. Won't be able to poke around at all on this. And I am also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess I'll have to do then. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies, they make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? We'll find out after another short break. See you in a bit. And we're back. Sorry for another longer break. I didn't eat a lot today because I was having stomach problems. And now that that's over, I'm a bit low on fuel. Why am I telling you this? Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters carried up to state standards? What's it? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was father also working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they all carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am, she's right over here. Well, hello, this. I forgot what your voice sounds like. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide, she's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Mags, so... No, wait. What are you doing here? I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. We can all be as talkative as you. Normally, quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me. I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature, detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh no, that's Cargo ER signature pose. Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit it if you do. Well, that's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous? Yeah, but I just don't know who that is, so... Ma'am? Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning... 1, 2, 3. Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Ash's funeral service. Oh, and his family want to take care of that? No. 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 I say, sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, that's... You're here for the same reason as every other suit I've got crawling around. Money. Oh, you're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas going around here before Fred's body's in gold. My Fred's body's in gold. But the honest truth is, I don't even know if David had a will. The company had to manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if we're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will. Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter. That's convenient, isn't it? But what I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was a suicide. Can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... Because I'm going to have to contest that charge. But... the state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not a trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy today. I'm afraid that on this occasion, I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you usually don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had a chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Tap. Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, Fath, that is, David Asher communicated to me, as a matter of record, the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline? No, wait, seriously, your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after Christmas Carol? Should I be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Evangeline. Oh, do your friends call you Angel? I hear car wheels on tour, detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-old. Hey! Feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just? I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going to for an upper level court, I would expect it to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you call it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence. But the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at? I think last time my voice for Reyes was higher, but not because so many different characters that only need to be differentiated. Kinda need to find a new niche for her. Same for Emma, actually. I'm not satisfied with her voice. Maybe I could give her the Byakuya voice. I haven't done it in a couple of years, but if the court agrees that this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like, whether he was in his right mind or not? Do you know anything about estate tax law, detective? No. But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So is it just about his money? I'm almost as disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example... Never mind. No, Starling, you should pick your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to be not of sound mind, and his shares were to end up acquired by the government, Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say, there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this. And they're not gonna let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starting to tell part, they're watching, and they'll stop trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Oh, why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes, by the end of the day, the whole country's going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency. Concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. Sacre bleu. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like, right now, the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. So quite the reasons, Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The court should have an opening at 6 PM. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's the date. Detective, would you get your clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on the limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You will interview and investigate with the authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Robert might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve and protect. Ah, phew. Thanks for the assist, darling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like the Detective London gentleman? I need to suppress head slop. They're mostly like that, yes. They're all that intense? Yeah, that comes from being short. And most cops are short? Yes. Right, well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck, both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now. Probably the best place to start. I'd like to go over to the company building as well. To get me registered? Among other things. Either David killed himself, or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I want to take my sweet time raking him with the courts. What are you doing? Nothing. What about father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me, now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I sort of flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions, I'll have to... What's that look for? You were father's friend. Thank you again for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news, several says. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak sure did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks. And I was never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician. Now that you mention it, there was a something that David might have mentioned when we talked back, and I will begin a search. Yeah. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information on to narrow the results, Adonai. No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? Time date expunged. And who would you even have called? Oh god, so many voices. I don't know. But I should have got my phone call instead I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? Your foster parent? Want me to call you mommy? Not really the motherly type. Hey, we might actually get along. So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian. I'm the lawyer. You're forgiven my lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. That's just pigs. Skipping school's a felony now. Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. Really? Imagine Dragons? That was for a homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw the password show up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to the database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why?
Look, I didn't steal anything. That wasn't already compromised. And the only data I added was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did I get your birthday wrong? My name.
Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian.
So, what's the good news then?
The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian.
The hell does call as good news? That's just a thing you said.
Don't be so sure. A lawyer is a lot better than a guardian.
How's that?
Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid.
So, how good are you at your job?
Hello, mon coeur. It's pronounced coeur. I know it's pronounced. Unfortunately, the Let's Player doesn't.
Hey, don't call me that.
When I met Fran at the police station, I couldn't help but bet that I sensed a jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land from them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning?
No such thing. Nothing's good ever happening until the afternoon when people are actually awake.
What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management.
What do you want, Red?
I can't call you up just for fun. Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me.
Can't do it.
I've got homework. We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due.
And I've got sports.
You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick.
And for a bidding award win,
you're the only person on earth bidding on 70-year-old Gucci and Air Jordan vintage reps, Fran. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block.
So, yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so...
I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top... I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday.
Oh yeah?
They've been really into the self-prefixes lately.
What?
Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help.
Oh.
And he thinks you could really benefit from it.
You're lying.
He's got all the workbooks ready. I like that face. How do I... It's for the thumbnail. Clearly, your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of...
Fine, I get it.
I need you to find a local musician.
Musician?
No, this will be electro swing or some... No, this will be electro swing or some other output. There's no Powell or Parker. And that's all you got? They'll be in David Asher's circles.
Wait, Asher? You're working that?
That'd be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on.
Don't go expecting any miracles.
I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally.
Within the... You know, I have other clients, don't you?
Other clients who actually pay you? On time? A musician. Find him.
Okay.
Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course, father was... I know you want to. But what should I let you?
because I am capable and helpful. Uh-huh. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I learn to do more. How? I will subject every individual we can encounter to a basic survey. Oh. Yeah, I kind of guessed between episodes that the bonus interviews we did last time were done by Sarah. Only I didn't know her name was Sarah at the time. To procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subjecting me to torture. I can help Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. Huh? You're coming? Right away, Adonai. 11:55. Probably also do another save. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? You could have taken the next one. As a busy building detective, can't hold up everyone else on your account. Our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care what that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police got there in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you serious? I don't. She doesn't. The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 PM last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They had landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight auto-triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is... being investigated. Making educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they let the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0. And there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? They don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Wouldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. It must have been something deadly. A compound designed solely to kill. Monokuma's special poison. For poisoning purposes only. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. But this can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now. Unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know and what we don't. But the CDC decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Guess you're not entirely clueless about politics. So whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. while the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old lying cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, grey market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists, all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is, it's their families finding them in their living room and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Really comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say there was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just the law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself if you insist. I'm going to take a look around now. Sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found father. Like in the movies. Like in film. Connect with the police's network and bring up the ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. Achieve with Unity. What programming language is this where you pass literals to the function to... There is an outline. And so this is where he's at this hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS. They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but the body cams gather data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. Well, why not start with the outline? Says here that when the medics arrived, he was on a floor face up. Does that tell you something? Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect him to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So, what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Yeah, that does look like a very theatrical fall. A chessboard and a data pad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CX, D4, NX, D4. This is algebraic chess notation. Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself? Do you remember the password game? Where you have to create a valid password with increasingly obtuse requirements. One of them is to include in the password a piece of chess notation that solves the problem that was on screen. And unfortunately, that's where I had to give up. Not because I didn't understand chess notation, I looked it up, but because no matter what I did, The parser would not accept my solution. I could move other pieces around, but the one piece that I needed couldn't be moved where I wanted. The parser always said that's not valid notation. I even looked up some alternatives because sometimes pieces are indicated by different letters and such. Could get nothing to work. Why am I telling you this? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too boring, too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something to take fault with. Of course. How's a girl like me supposed to win a game like that? Okay, sync. I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and the shadows obscure all the rundown and rotting parts of town. Maybe the view I wish the poker chips wouldn't pop up in front of the text box. Maybe the view is secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless... Excuse me. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse from more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out. Party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Better take a closer look. Spilled alcohol. The RCS shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. Puddle is clean. So does that mean wherever the spill came from must be clean as well? Password locked, but already cracked by the police it seems. All the dogs at take home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 PM. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that background the way back to an article. Warm android blood saves soldier's life. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private named Hood was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Well, isn't that convenient for you? Nobody can actually check whether this really happened. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station. Is it triage? Triage in English? Triage? I'm pronouncing it French. Triage station. He was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, Universal Donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they got something inside him that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag. And then some. And people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mething said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with war models. This story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feelings on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians. And I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, "Oh damn, you're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details pop your details down below and enable crumbs so you can get the user experience you deserve. You piece of shit, give me your data." This is that article that I've seen going around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. Well, easy PR but also they now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Imagine that. Perhaps there will even be a bear involved. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure, it was more than partial to the brand. That's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No fun matter present, was the conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No. Even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. 2 cups, 1 empty, knocked over, and 1 mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them? I've seen them before in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept his lying around. I knew he regifted those crystal glasses they got him. ASCS says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene, just not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could mean... Inconclusive means inconclusive. That's all. She up and reading the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups as expected. But there's someone else's on the upright cup. Someone else must have been with him last night. Hold on. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't matter when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to, Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or... No, there's space for name, but the field is black. Oh, shit. Am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes! Yeah. There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madame Consular. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whomever those prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What does a witness have to say for themselves, detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked, and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All of the witnesses' vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken. Then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith. The numbers set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural? I don't have time to take jabs with the law offices of Johnson. Say, how about I give you the business card? The law offices of Cochler, Gustav, Prince and Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all your bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What? What does that even mean? I don't know. Need a moment to think. Something about a share? So that was it? One share, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look. They went searched, they didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department is concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead, or even ill from the sound of things. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill, and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. But that's life. And one last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras. There's no cams in the lab or the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly onto the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. It is worth investigating after another short break. See you in a bit.
And we're back. Let's see if we can keep going for another hour or so. As per the schedule, I have 4 hours set aside for the narrative corner, and I actually started almost on time today, which has become increasingly rare. Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Fun? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't. In person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its GIN if you're that curious. Unless it's considered too forward or whatever.
Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room, which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when a witness went into contact emergency services. May I see it? No. Good lord, what's happening there? Not unless we scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking the pantry at a crime scene, but this was the poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? That's for the camp show, yeah. There's plenty to drink right here. And unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's to look for? You hungry? I'm an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you were quite organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. Oh, but it's really cool. I want to show you, Adonai. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. No signs of food prep to be found. Not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took them to Gatesfield. It's the very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus executive plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor. He had executive level. Not like most people at all. Three unwashed dishes in a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been skinned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job? Yeah, they are prints. Most match the victim. But there's also... Hey! Don't think about me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the sword, Adonai. I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the sword. As I was saying, the witnesses' prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink? They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did I touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck, I don't know. Worked him on the back of the head so fast event between video frames. That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Not sure. It's bad luck. What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not a superstition. It's an ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care then. If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. You've now the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah. So, do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield, along with a half-hundred normal mags who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What, you can do that, can't you? I can. But I need your payment information to get started. Alright, we're walking. Yeah, okay, understood. On my way down. Got it. Scene complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. The crowd on there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai. How bad can it be? How bad can it be? 12:21 p.m. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy is not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited? Adonai, what does that symbol mean? And this rebel, probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with a bullet hole. I don't know. It's probably nothing. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol? Or a following? Or these... whatever these people are? And why the hell would it be outside David Ashworth's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are? Those Mags in there are scrambling to shut every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump these scraps. Sarah? What are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle on Heartbreak? Nobody doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Nova's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people? Alright, don't be alarmed. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims were related. It's gonna be deniable ops. There was all up in a DO tag together before getting the records bleached. Then, as soon as there's 1, 2, 3. Then, as soon as they outlived their usefulness. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm androids so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane.
Well, indeed. I don't know which voice I did for man with sign. Well, indeed, some more can't stop asshole. You think you could be the cyberpunk without ever thinking of yourself? You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore crops? They're putting something in the food. Those people, Heartbreak, this is a goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if this state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think was in this Heartbreak figure? You're just a murderer. Would be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murders better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have... Millions of people experience a trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one Heartbreak. So you think they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility as soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just. If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months in order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years, but what is the significance of that number? That's within 18 months of the Blakeford industrial disaster. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Take on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead. And there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error. Some shoddy welding. And time. So you think that Heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is a problem then. If they are nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Actually, I didn't think of that. Please make way. Officers are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! No one owns the cops! Only the cops are built in the factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want to wait into the crowd with a nightstick to prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they're just part of our job, detective. No offense, man, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate then. Do they give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Oh, depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Breaking out the thesaurus on me. A lot of erotic sounds. That's particularly nasty for the stutter of the Let's Player. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's just a person rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but I come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agree to them. Oh, I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how those things come to pass, so we traded freedom for safety. Individual rights for collective power. The side won, the citizens lost. The least we can do is take the criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority. Only with authority being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too smart to ever affect change,
So the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do. And if corporations and governments will trample over people the same, regardless of their character. And if you can't even be sure we're doing the right thing. What do you do, Adonai? What in the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these. In a world like this. The only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win. And of course also, if I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power's inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels, and trust your opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. (12:59 p.m.) Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Oh, thank you, you're a lifesaver. And the next time that bright sir texts you, just turn your phone off. Shady guy, must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that I have Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David's, which means they're most likely. How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Magic does nothing. That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that you could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help, given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So we proceed on the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one that says Morgue on it. Huh? A centipede tattoo. You know what? I kinda like it. Who are you? Well, you mean you wouldn't make for a good thumbnail, but I want a picture of you. Oh, hey! Come on in, don't stand out there in the cold. Wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but rather a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Oh, Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they have assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means. Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Sure, D. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know, weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting mags anyway. I gotta finish typing out this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. There's a lot of screens. There's got to be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, man? You could have asked someone that. Good question. Every quarter when I do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so it's a bit of blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 on that spreadsheet somewhere and no one's ever corrected it, and so... Boop! I got 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes. But I think I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing road work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do road work. Helps me use up the screens. I see. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD or natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Somebody says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole world is suspected defective flavor mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspected CCIC. Climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death. Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 40% of the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... Sorry. So much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split a dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Well, you are in luck. That seems to be... No. What's this? The hospital is getting renamed? No, I guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Potter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex, in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the past several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change, after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Rennigan Medical over 25 years ago and a subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society. Echelons? I think it's echelons. That are sometimes mockingly referred to as the nobility. A generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-20th century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those mood, labeled their family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Rennigan board member Mira Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so as long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself. And the only ones uncomfortable with that are, we are working hard to print out the rest of the article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'll be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar?"
No. The career. Guess they went always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering the name wherever to get themselves new image. Or the new ability are eager to prop out their image wherever they can. But that was double for the Icarians. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. She finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow, hi there. Good android. I didn't even realize it was really cute. The skin is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite my body temperature, but I've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed, felt like they were always running a fever. And they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... sorry, but circumstances surrounding this particular case called for expediency. Right. So, what can I tell you? Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure, we could have much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in his blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness. Then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally, respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. But by the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation. But it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it. Yeah, it's certainly quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But it was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We are very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities, nothing at all. Huh? The police mentioned a tox screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived, typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the tox screen gave him nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I went through every available database we have access to. And even if you only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that are unregistered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so we're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, final use later? Yeah.
A patent would have to at least would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I should maybe consider prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formulae so no one knows where it's safe to work. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the ideas years ago, and it'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back, but for the rest of the field... Wow, your corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified if it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drugs? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patent structure? Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have the same effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of the stuff he had in his body all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I guess it must have been about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for medicine, so this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course, so... You ready to read about it? You can skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish on corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, then let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please, thank you. So last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. I said principle of the matter. Right, he had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it kept damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to sort it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right. And it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and he told me he would see me soon. Now he's dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. But I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there, I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue.
Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? I don't know. You have a cigarette backwards. Alright, that's back in the cold storage room, so... Yeah, need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of the compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. And a pentagonal structure as well. It's not estrogen, I recognize that much. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, well, it's certainly acted like they're present, binding to the receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. The presence are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerfully present will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the grey market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again, you've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very general. Doctor's orders got me on call, so I've already got getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. (2:13 p.m.) Up on-ramps and down-off ramps, above skywalks and under tramlines. The buildings get progressively more polished as you head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory. National headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lock Kuhn, Thesis, Nath. Each of them sheltering their own microcity of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper's shadows. Whaleful. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose it? Noble is claimed to be one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David, and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Would it let me walk? Who would it let me talk to? History. The efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt you brooding? No. What did you ask? My father, I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is... not significant. You're saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things in undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? Oh, I think I have to stop soon. Let's get through this scene and then end it here for now. I was preparing for law school, or anything else really.
David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't. One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for his tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast, cause the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo? He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes, just until he kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised that father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed on through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper, The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you were the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education. Paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant. But anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over that at this stage fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He had me put a down payment on my apartment. Then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So, is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends. I am. But, I don't know, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand?
I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, aren't I? We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell him that David's lawyer is here. "2:49 p.m. But unfortunately, we are almost 4 hours. My voice is getting bad. We're going to continue this next time. Don't forget to save. Whew. Well, and I still have absolutely no idea what happened. No, not close phone. I wanted to. But neither does Morgan, so it's okay. I'm enjoying this a lot. It's nice getting to know more about Morgan, you know? The fact that she, well, that's going to sound mean, but the fact that she had relationships with other people. I don't mean it quite like that, but anyway. Whew. Let's find someone to write out to. Let's see. I feel like it was a bit low energy today, but that's okay because, as I said, I was sick. But I really didn't want to wait until next Friday for Off the Devil, and there aren't many other days where I have time to stream, so. Well, I can't rate Lum because she's on holiday. Trying to retrieve Big Keir Starmer. Kitasha's going on vacation soon. So let's find someone. Artists. Well, let's assume in Spanish that's not going to be helpful. Oh dear, the music is out, the music is out. Let's rate Wiggles and Nancy, who's playing Power Simulator. Seems to be someone that Charlie knows. And as always, thanks for watching, thanks for being here. I'll see you, if all goes well, on Tuesday for Shoot in Order, on Friday for Off the Devil, and on Saturday for Minecraft. Maybe I'll finally get a week where I actually stick to my schedule. I'm not confident, but we'll see. Bye.